I declare open this public hearing for the committee's inquiry into the importance of Antarctica to Australia's national interests. In accordance with the committee's resolution of the 8th of August 2022, this hearing will be recorded and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing. And I'd like to remind any media who may be present of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I'd also like to begin by acknowledging that here in Canberra today we're meeting on the lands of the Ngunnawal people and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I now welcome the representatives of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Adam McCarthy and I am the Chief Counsel and First Assistant Secretary Legal Division of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and I'm joined by Mr Schofield, who can introduce himself.
Thank you very much, Adam, and thank you, Chair. My name is Paul Schofield. I'm the Assistant Secretary for International Law Branch 2 in Legal Division.
Thanks for being here today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before proceeding to members' questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, we welcome the opportunity to provide evidence to the inquiry. Australia has significant strategic and environmental interests in Antarctica, and our continued stewardship of the region and our commitment to a strong Antarctic treaty system has been an enduring feature of successive Australian governments. The Antarctic Treaty preserves Antarctica as a land of peace and science, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's primary role relates to the protecting of the aims of the Antarctic Treaty System and working to maintain its stability and durability as part of Australia's active support for the global rules-based order. We are fully committed to upholding the rules and norms of the Antarctic Treaty System, including non-militarisation, environmental protection, freedom of scientific investigation and international cooperation. We are increasing DFAT's diplomatic efforts in this regard. DFAT works closely with whole-of-government partners at federal and state government levels across our overseas diplomatic network and in multilateral fora to promote and uphold the Antarctic Treaty System in support of Australia's national interests in Antarctica. We lead advice to government on foreign policy and legal policy matters related to the Antarctic, and we support the Australian Antarctic Division in its management of the Australian Antarctic Program. In DFAT's broader foreign policy role, we recognise the impact of global warming on Antarctica in relation to our region and beyond. We are mindful of how issues like sea level rise, increasing ocean acidification, and significant changes to the world's ocean currents will impact food and water security. We understand the vital role that scientific research and international cooperation plays in enhancing our knowledge in order to address these challenges. Thank you once again, Chair, for the opportunity to address these proceedings.
Thanks very much for being here. What is the value of the Antarctic Treaty System to Australia and its place in international affairs?
Look, Chair, I think it would be fair to say it's irreplaceable. I think the Antarctic Treaty itself, it would be fair to say, if we didn't have it, if it hadn't been negotiated in the time and in the manner that it would be very difficult to get today. To run through, the key articles that are of relevance to us, Chair, Article 1, which is the Peaceful Uses article, reserves Antarctica as a continent free from military activity to be used for peaceful scientific and other purposes. I think the other article I would particularly draw attention to is Article 4, which for the duration of the treaty freezes all claims and non-claims. It freezes the status of all countries present on the ice, and it's very important that we have a treaty commitment really across 52 countries that underpins that. I would also say that there are a series of treaties. They are, to a certain extent, standalone treaties, but they sit under the Antarctic Treaty and form what we call the Antarctic Treaty System. So there is CAMLR, the Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, that protects and manages the waters more or less south of 60 degrees, the Southern Ocean that rings Antarctica. We also have the Protocol on Environmental Protection, what's commonly known as the Madrid Protocol, which contains a ban on mineral exploitation until 2048.
Okay, thank you. And what is the value of conducting station inspections in Antarctica, and what has Australia learned? And I guess, sorry, before we go to that question, could you explain the role that DFAT has in the inspections, as opposed to the role that AAD has, or how you work together?
Certainly. So I'll go to the practical first and then the policy. So put quite simply, inspections, like any activity in Antarctica, logistics are absolutely everything. So in the first instance, to say that logistics are provided by AAD and are an integral part of the inspections program. We then discuss with AAD what a program of inspections might look like. And of course, there's two sets of issues. We, under the treaty, have a right to inspect other countries' bases, and they have a right to inspect ours. So this is a two-way street. One thing I would note is that inspections and the right to inspections are cemented within the treaty itself. And the general purpose of inspections is to ensure that bases are all complying with the objectives and the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty, including the environmental provisions, obviously Article 1, the non-militarisation provision, and a range of other provisions as well. So it's a confidence-building system. It's a very important confidence-building system.
Thank you. And have any of your inspections found breaches of the ATS?
Well, our inspections go back a very long way, right back, I think, almost to the establishment of the treaty. But I think the short answer is no. There have been comments both about particular measures that may be taken that don't go to a breach of the treaty, but maybe ways of improving the environmental impact or the management of a station, both in reports about others and also in reports about ours. But no, nothing that has ever gone to a breach of the treaty.
Right.
I might just, if I
Please.
could just add one point, Senator. So the inspections are provided for in Article 7 of the Antarctic Treaty, and it's an important transparency mechanism. And one of the really useful things I think about the inspection regime is that the Antarctic Treaty Secretariat maintains a database of all the inspections that have happened. So that's publicly available for the whole world to see which countries have been doing inspections and which countries have had their stations inspected. And so there's a degree of accountability and responsibility, and effectively it's a part of the governance regime and the rules-based order playing out in practice for countries to have to explain the way their stations are operating, and are they operating in a way that's consistent with the rules that are set out in the Antarctic Treaty.
Thank you. And what's the process when something, you mentioned things that needed to be improved but weren't as far as a breach. What's the process for ensuring that countries address those issues? And if there was a breach, what would the process be then?
Well, 2 points. I think where issues, the Antarctic Treaty System remains very collaborative. So where issues are flagged, I think consultative parties take them very seriously and look at what can be done. For instance, the French inspection on one of our no longer operating bases, made some comments about environmental measures that will be taken very seriously and assessed. So where issues that are short of a sort of a breach of the treaty, and there's a very big difference, then I think those are dealt with collaboratively. In terms of a breach of the treaty itself, it would be a matter for the consultative parties. They are the, if you like, the full members in full standing of the Antarctic Treaty System. You might be able to remind me, Paul, of the dispute resolution provision in the treaty. I just am struggling for it off the top of my head, but it would go to what's called the ATCM in any case, the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting, which is the yearly meeting of all treaty parties.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can perhaps come back to you on the dispute resolution mechanism, but my sense is it would be a matter of conversation as part of the annual meeting, which is the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Mechanism meeting. And of course, you know, there would be repeat inspections of particular stations, and the results of what the previous inspection were clearly would be something that would be relevant in subsequent inspections.
Thank you. I do have some further questions, but I'll go to other members. Deputy Chair?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you both for being here. I understand that China currently has 5 bases in Antarctica. Several of those are in Australia's Antarctic territory. Are you confident that these bases are being operated in the spirit of the treaty itself, please?
Look, thank you very much, Senator. To flesh that out, I think of the 5 bases they have, is it 3 or 4 that are in the A? 3. 3 within the AAT. We expect all countries that have bases on the Antarctic to comply with the provisions of the treaty. China is a signatory to the treaty and it's a consultative party. We have inspected their bases in the past on a pretty regular basis, and we've seen no evidence of a breach of the treaty. And of course, as with all bases, we monitor them very carefully, and if we had concerns, that would be a matter which would be taken up.
So
thank you, but can you tell me, you know, how often are these bases being inspected, and when was the last time, please?
Certainly, Senator. I would make last time inspection of any bases was in the last Antarctic summer. So that was December 2023. I'd make 2 observations here. The treaty, Senator, provides for a right to inspect on a no-notice inspection. The reality of operating in Antarctica means that, by definition, there needs to be extensive discussions. It's an extensive exercise in terms of logistics. So in some cases, for instance, some countries, you can only access their bases by working through a logistics pipeline that might involve that country. So it's not a question of, you know, we can go down there every year and do lots of inspections. The other point I would note, I said that our last set of inspections were in the summer of 2023. The ones previous were 2020, and that was because of COVID. If you can imagine, during the COVID period, 2 things obviously, Senator, that I'm sure you'd appreciate. One, if you got COVID in an Antarctic base, it would spread through the base like wildfire. And then you'd have a huge logistical problem in terms of having an Antarctic base that's full of people with COVID and it not being easy to get them out. So it wasn't a formal suspension, but the reality was that the inspections system was kind of held in abeyance for 3 years over the COVID period.
Look, my concern is ongoing, the non-militarisation requirements of the treaty and how that is ensured and Australia's interests are protected in spite of whatever challenges might be presented in a physical sense. That is a very critical issue for Australia. So I'm somewhat concerned about your response. But Chair, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
If I can just make one, follow-up comment there. Yes, of course, and obviously we look at all countries that have bases in the Antarctic through the prism of Article 1 in particular, and this is something we watch carefully, and if there were any real concerns about a breach of the provisions of the treaty, then that is something that the Australian government would act with alacrity on. And I'm speaking about a long history now that goes back a long way in terms of the Antarctic Treaty and the position of successive Australian governments over a long period of time.
And if I could just add one point, Australia is one of the most active participants in the Antarctic Treaty System. As part of Adam's role, he's also Australia's senior official for international Antarctic matters and leads our delegation every year to the ATCM. We play a very active role there. We also are the depository and the host for the Secretariat for CAMLR, the Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources. And so as a result of that, as well as the work of AAD on the ground in Antarctica, we have a good sense of what is happening on the continent. And Chair, if I could also just beg your indulgence, referring back to your question on enforcement. So it's Article 11 of the Antarctic Treaty that provides for dispute settlement. As you'd expect, the first port of call is consultation between the parties, but there is scope for using the International Court of Justice, and that's set out in Article 11.2. So there are real enforcement mechanisms in the Antarctic Treaty.
And just to clarify and round out on one point, to say it is difficult, and it is difficult, so a number of treaties have challenge inspection regimes. The Chemical Weapons Convention, the Biological Weapons Convention, but obviously inspecting a facility that is in a country on ground is a different exercise to inspecting a base in Antarctica. The key point is my comments went to the fact that it's difficult. They weren't to the fact that it's not taken very seriously and has been for a very long time under successive Australian governments. It's a difficult exercise, but it's one that we take very, very seriously, and it's front of mind.
And I think
thank you. It certainly is for us in the current circumstances and beyond this, a very concerning issue. So thank you for your evidence.
Perhaps one last point to add is Hobart, which it sounds like the committee was visiting earlier in the year, is one of the 5 gateway cities to Antarctica, and there is collaboration between Hobart and the other 4 gateway cities that is another factor that just adds to the visibility that Australia has in terms of the activities that are happening in Antarctica.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Grogan.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Chair, were you finished?
I have. Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
I think she was, yes.
Thank you. Thanks for coming along. I'm new to the committee, so I'm just catching up on where everyone's at. You say there's 52 countries are signatories to the agreement, is that correct?
51 or 52? We'll get the exact answer.
But it's around that.
It's around that. It's 51 or 52.
There are 57 parties to the Antarctic Treaty, 12 original parties, 17 consultative parties, and then 28 non-consultative parties. That number's just ticked up from 27 to 28 this year. On the 22nd of May, Saudi Arabia became a non-consultative party.
Okay. And can you just step out for us what the difference in those is? Obviously, there are some countries that have claims over the land and have a parcel of that land to utilise under the treaty.
So it's a good question, Senator. Yeah. Just to say the consultative party distinction is different from the question of claimants. So there's no relationship. It's a very good question, but there's no relationship per se between the two. It's also a very good question because it's an unusual system, the consultative party status system. Basically, when you sign the Antarctic Treaty, you are then invited to bid for consultative party status. But consultative party status, you have to establish certain things. In particular, you have to establish a very significant scientific program in Antarctica. So the idea is that, if you like, the decision-making body, the prime decision-making body of the treaty system, consists of those who, for want of a better term, have skin in the game, have a significant presence in Antarctica. That's a separate question to the claimant system.
And so those that have... How many countries operate on actually in Antarctica?
It's not as simple a question to answer as you might imagine, because a common question is how many bases, but there's three basic types of bases. There are full season bases that are personed throughout the year, seasonal bases that are basically operated in the Antarctic summer, and then occasional bases. But in terms of number of countries, we've got an answer for that. We'll just check our briefs and tell you exactly. It's in the 20s, I think. Number of countries.
With bases or?
With bases. Number of consultative parties is 29.
So there's 9 countries, 20 stations, 10 year-round and 10 seasonal. Oh, that's in the AAT.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
in terms of on Antarctica, it's a lot more. I think it's about 90 bases. We'll take that on notice and we'll give you an
that would be good to sort of step out what that looks like.
We can probably answer that by the end of the session. We've got the figure in there somewhere.
Great, thank you. So I've seen maps where it's almost done in a pizza slice sort of fashion, like this is where Australia is and such like. But then you have bases that sit, like you say, on this the Chinese ones.
Yes.
On the Australian. And how does that division work, or how did it work originally? And what is that negotiation to be? What is the sovereignty piece there for any given country on the land that they operate within?
So I think there's a couple of really important points here, Senator, and it's a very good question. So the first thing is the treaty provides for a right for any country to establish a base in Antarctica, provided they comply with the provisions of the treaty, including Article 1, which is non-militarisation. So there is nothing about the claimant system that prescribes any country from establishing a base as long as they comply with the system. So the claimant system is not universally recognised. To be honest, far from it. And if a country wants to establish a base in the AAT, provided they comply with the objectives of the treaty, most notably Article 1, they're entitled to. They don't need to seek our permission. In the case of a whole range of states, including the United States and others, they would almost make a point of not seeking our permission because, and many, many others. Most states realistically don't recognise the claimant system. We certainly do, and there are a number of other states that do.
So if I can add some further detail to that, the states that recognise the AAT are New Zealand, the United Kingdom, France and Norway.
Right.
And there are 7 claimant states, including Australia, Argentina, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, the UK, and Australia.
Okay. And the sort of, could you just unpack the claimant system a little bit for me?
Yeah.
I'm happy if you want to do that on notice as well. I'm conscious of time.
We can unpack it. It's complicated.
Yeah.
So the claimant system, countries with historical connections, or in our case, particularly a historical and a geographic connection, made claims before the introduction into force of the Antarctic Treaty System. So there was, if you like, a tension between those states that had claims and then those states at the time, in the 50s, the United States and the Soviet Union in particular, that said we're superpowers, we have a right to do and be anywhere we want to be in Antarctica. So, like a lot of treaties, the Antarctic Treaty was a compromise. And the relevant article, which is Article 4, simply freezes the situation as it was in the 50s, that nothing that is done while the treaty is in operation prejudices in either direction. Right. Either gives somebody a greater claim to their territory, to their particular claimant, or undermines their claim, or supports the claim of somebody else. So if you like, there was a disagreement and they froze it in time, is the simplest way to explain it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Whole books are written on this, Senator, so...
Maybe I'll just read a few. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Terrific. Just sticking with the treaty, has there been any concerns raised with other countries about whether they're pushing the limits of the Antarctic Treaty provisions?
I think there are always discussions about the treaty obligations and what they mean. I wouldn't go as far, Senator, as saying there have been particular discussions where it's suggested that country X or country Y is breaching the treaty provisions. I think any country, for reasons I'm sure you would understand, Senator, would want to be on extremely sure ground before you started that discussion. But I think there have been multiple discussions which are an attempt to bolster agreed understandings. So, for instance, the Madrid Protocol at the last two Antarctic treaty systems, there have been treaty consultative meetings. There have been discussions. I'm choosing my words carefully here, Senator. There have been discussions about the Madrid Protocol that have not said country X or country Y is breaching the Madrid Protocol, but have been designed to remind everyone of what the Madrid Protocol is and what everyone's obligations are under the Madrid Protocol.
I heard reports that Russia and China are putting in roadblocks to set up protection zones for endangered wildlife. So to that point, is Australia concerned about this, or is there anything that Australia is doing about it?
Senator, I think that might be a reference to attempts to list on the endangered species list the emperor penguin. Within the consultative parties, it is fair to say there's been overwhelming majority support. I think I am, Senator, it's an unusual position, but I am Australia's senior Antarctic official, so I'm the head of delegation in the ATCM. It would be fair to say that Australia was very vigorous in prosecuting our position. I certainly don't get flowers at Christmas from my Russian counterpart. So I don't think that, and I would be worried if I did, so I don't think anyone's in doubt about what our position is on that, and indeed what the position of the overwhelming majority of Antarctic Treaty consultative parties are.
Thank you for that. And is that in relation to the protective zones as well, or is it just the listing of that?
That's a complicated question, Senator. Just to say that the overwhelming majority of protective zone proposals that are put to each ATCM are approved. There is a particular tension point, I think it is fair to say, about any that involve any sort of extension into oceans with an argument from some parties that we don't agree with, that somehow that becomes the property of CAMLR, which is the Marine Living Resources provision. So it remains the case that the treaty system does well, but there is a particular tension point there that I think is what you're referring to, Senator.
Yeah. Can I go back to just adding to some of the questions that the Deputy Chair was asking in relation to the inspections? Can I just get a count of what's the number of inspections that you're able to conduct each year on average?
I don't. We can list you in. So, firstly, just a reminder, Senator, that there was a 4-year in abeyance period for COVID. So, our most recent set of inspections were the last Antarctic summer, and then the last summer pre-COVID. So that was the summer season of 2020.
Appreciating that there's a gap in between.
Mr. Schofield's got some.
Thank you, Senator. Just to sort of perhaps approach your question from this angle, I don't think the treaty places limits on the number of inspections that you can conduct. The right to conduct inspections is set out in the treaty in Article 7, as I mentioned. But I think it would be more a question of logistically, how many could you practically conduct? So I think
that is my question.
So I think
that's just how many did you conduct last summer, and then in the summer prior to COVID?
Bases
looking at the list that we have here, inspections undertaken by Australia in 2023-2024, there were 3 locations inspected, and in 2019-2020 there were 6 locations inspected.
If I can add to that, Senator, I think it's important to remember, and this goes back to Senator Marino's question, and the kind of distinction between it being difficult doesn't mean it's not incredibly important, but to put that on the other foot, let's say, so if we have 3 bases and our part of, I know it sounds funny to talk about remoteness in terms of Antarctica, because Antarctica is remote, but our particular part of Antarctica, which is East Antarctica, in the context of Antarctica, is the remotest part. So anyone who wants to inspect an Australian base, they will have to be going either on our icebreaker and I greatly welcome the fact that the committee are likely to be going to Antarctica. We were talking about this before the session started. We'll be flying down to the runway that we have, which is very dependent on weather conditions. In other words, to inspect our bases, you've really got to work through us. There's no alternative. Now,
are you answering the question, how many times has another country inspected our bases? Or my question was, how many times have we inspected other countries' bases?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Sorry, I am coming around to it, but it's perhaps slightly elliptical. But what I was going to say is the system is reciprocal. So if 8 countries came to us every year and said, we want to inspect Australia's bases, we would politely say, look, we welcome inspections, but that's a lot of our logistical capability taken up doing inspections rather than science. So the same applies in respect to our relationship with other countries. There's a balance here. We seek inspections regularly. We are open to inspections, but there's just a practical limitation. Everything in Antarctica comes at the expense of something else, basically, in terms of, what you were using that pipeline in and out for.
Thank you. That's a good segue to my next question. Is there more funding than needed?
Excuse me, Senator. If this could be your last question, because we need to allow time for other members. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So are there is there any funding limitations? Would extra funding enable a more fulsome inspection schedule?
Senator, that's a question you should put to the Australian Antarctic Division. The entirety of the logistics are theirs. Obviously, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, we do the policy side, but we don't do, in terms of their budget and how it fits in with the inspection system, that's one. You'll have the head of the Australian Antarctic Division under DQ appearing before you, and that's a question you should put to her if that's okay, Senator.
Okay. I'll put the rest on notice given the amount of time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator. We'll go to Ms. Linda Burney. I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, look, hello both of you. I'm in Karen's shoes. We are brand new to the committee, and it's certainly fascinating. I may be directing this question to the wrong people, and if I am, please quickly disavow me. But it strikes me that no one's raised the issue of climate change with you this morning, and if you are leading some of the international work, then that must be a huge issue that you're dealing with. So can you just share with the committee what DFAT's role is in what has to be the existential crisis in Antarctica?
Certainly, we can. And obviously this is a question, Ms Burney, that you'll want to put to the AAD as well. Just to say, in terms of climate change as it relates to the Antarctic, there's really three, I think, key Antarctic aspects to the problem. One is the actual effect on the continent itself, which is the subject of a lot of science, and is ongoing monitoring, although in some cases difficult. What is the effect on the Antarctic continent itself? The second aspect in which Antarctica interacts with climate change in a very significant way is there is a lot of science that gives keys to climate change, not only in Antarctica but globally. There's a lot of science that can only be done in Antarctica.
Yes.
So, for instance, you might be familiar with the million-year ice core. You can drill. Well, yes. So you can drill down. The ice has been laid over millions of years, and it contains air pockets. So if you drill down far enough to ice that was laid a million years ago, you can extract those air pockets, and you've got an example of what the climate was a million years ago, what levels of CO2, etc., etc. So that's incredibly valuable, and that is science on climate change that can't be done anywhere else. The third aspect in which climate change and Antarctica combine is obviously the ice shelves. I mean, Antarctica is a key component in sea level rise because it has an extraordinary proportion of the world's ice cap along with the Arctic. So yes, it's the preeminent problem. The ATCM in Helsinki last year passed its declaration, the Helsinki Declaration on Climate Change in Antarctica. It's very much a front-of-mind issue. What's called SCAR, the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, does a huge amount of work here. But I think for those three vectors, for want of a better word, and there's obviously concerns about Antarctic fauna, significant concerns, and there's a lot of ongoing work on that. So it's really a very serious issue that I think is being gripped up, and also again a question you should also put to the AAD as well.
And just to provide a little more detail on the Helsinki Declaration on Climate Change and Antarctica, which, as Adam mentioned, was passed last year. It reaffirms parties' commitments to combat the adverse impacts of climate change in Antarctica and emphasises the central role of Antarctica in the global climate system and the consequences of climate change in Antarctica to the rest of the world. And Australia played a key role in working with other parties on that. The Helsinki Declaration commits the parties to substantially increasing our efforts to explain the global implications of climate change in Antarctica within our own countries and in international fora, and the need to prevent irreversible changes to Antarctica and consequential implications of the planet. So that was quite a significant declaration that was made last year. And if I may, Chair, just in relation to a question that came up earlier, on the number of stations. There are 27 countries that have stations both seasonal and year-round in Antarctica. There are other ATS parties that would conduct research without stations, such as Canada, that I understand it conducts research via ship, and there are over 70 permanent bases on the continent.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you again for your attendance today. Okay. So do we have a couple more minutes? Okay. No, well, we better... Sorry. Okay. Thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, if you could please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 13th of September, that would be great. And you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll have a short suspension in between witnesses. Thanks. Yep. Okay. I now welcome representatives of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Matthew Lowe, Deputy Secretary of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Policy Group in the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Sarah Jane McCormack, I'm First Assistant Secretary for AgVet Chemicals, Fisheries and Forestry in the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry as well.
And George Day, Assistant Secretary of the Fisheries Branch at DAF.
Thank you again for being here today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to members' questions.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So on behalf of DAF, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and we welcome the opportunity to assist the committee in this inquiry. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the First Nations of Australia as the first inhabitants of this country and pay my respects to traditional custodians and elders past, present, of the land, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people. I recognise them and thank them for protecting and providing stewardship for the land and waters, yielding food and fibre sustainably for tens of thousands of years. As I've said, my name's Matt Lowe, the Deputy Secretary for the Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Policy Group in DAF, and my group is responsible for Australia's fisheries policy, including leading engagement in international fisheries, and I'm accompanied by departmental officers today as well. DAF's role in Antarctica is primarily through Australia's engagement in the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, or CAMLR, which is led by the Australian Antarctic Division in the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, DECU. I understand you've also heard from AID on relevant issues. DAF leads development and implementation of Australia's fisheries policy, including leading Australia's engagement in international fisheries fora. Australia's Commonwealth-managed fisheries, including our fisheries in the Antarctic and sub-Antarctic, are managed by the Australian Fisheries Management Authority, or AFMA, which is responsible for licensing fishing vessels, setting total allowable catch limits, and monitoring fishing activities. AFMA also plays an important role in supporting Australia's work to combat illegal, unregulated and unreported, or IUU, fishing. DAF and AFMA work closely with DECU to ensure that Australia's fisheries interests are protected and supported in CAMLR, and that Australia continues to ensure that CAMLR effectively delivers its fisheries management functions. Australia's participation in Antarctic and sub-Antarctic fisheries is undertaken consistently with the overarching CAMLR objective of the conservation of Antarctic marine living resources, and contributes to a better understanding of global environment and climate science. Australia's fishing interests in the Antarctic are very important. Australia has a substantial fishery for toothfish and icefish in our exclusive economic zone around the Heard and McDonald Islands Territory, or HIMI, a sub-Antarctic territory which is within the CAMLR area. Australia also participates in exploratory fisheries for toothfish in high seas Antarctic waters. Finally, Australia has an important toothfish fishery in our waters around Macquarie Island, which is not within the CAMLR area, but we've sought to align management with CAMLR arrangements. While the gross value of production for Australia's Antarctic fisheries is commercial in confidence due to the small number of operators, these fisheries are among the most valuable Commonwealth-managed fisheries. Australia's worked hard in CAMLR to drive improvements in the management of Antarctic fisheries. Our effective cooperation with many CAMLR members on fisheries issues led by government and industry has achieved significant gains that have contributed to the objective of CAMLR and cemented CAMLR as an integral part of the Antarctic Treaty System. This includes substantial effort to eliminate illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing in the Southern Ocean, demonstrated by the reduction of estimated illegal toothfish catch from peaks of around 30 to 35,000 tonnes in the mid-1990s to less than 250 tonnes per annum since 2016. Fishing in the Antarctic and sub-Antarctic is remote and operations are difficult and dangerous. Search and rescue is particularly challenging. This was again highlighted with the tragic sinking of the UK fishing vessel Argos Georgia off the Falkland Islands last month. For this reason, Australia has consistently promoted improved safety at sea through CAMLA. Most recently, we sponsored measures to require real-time reporting of vessel positions to allow them to be used in rescue operations where required. Our efforts domestically and through CAMLA have resulted in a fishery that is sustainable and effectively regulated. Australian caught toothfish is a prized product available across the world and is a good example of how Australia's leadership in international fora can drive effective cooperative management. However, there are significant challenges facing CAMLA, and we note with disappointment that the efforts of Australia and other like-minded countries to improve the management of some fisheries, including the krill fishery in CAMLA, receive broad support but continue to be stymied by a small number of members. DAF and AFMA remain committed to working closely with AAD and other agencies and other CAMLA members to make progress on these issues and ensure that CAMLA continues to effectively manage Antarctic fisheries. It's important to recognise that CAMLA is a consensus-based organisation, which raises the possibility our domestic fishery in Himi being significantly impacted by a lack of agreement from as little as one member. There have been cases where consensus has been blocked in other fisheries on grounds that are not considered appropriate from a scientific or technical perspective. Australia addresses and mitigates the risks of this impact on the Himi fishery by ensuring high transparency in our work, continually seeking best practice operations in the fisheries, and maintaining high quality relationships with like-minded CAMLA members. Australia's participation in CAMLA is an example of effective collaboration across Australian government with key stakeholders. This collaboration is essential in delivering Australia's priorities in CAMLA, and we're really grateful to have the opportunity to speak to the committee today on the importance of Antarctica to Australia's national interests.
Thank you very much for being here again. Obviously I'm Alicia Payne, the Chair. We've got Senator Karen Grogan here in the room, and online we've got the Honourable Linda Burney, Senators Matt O'Sullivan, Helen Polly and Andrew McLaughlin. So I'll just ask a few questions first and then I'll go to Senator Grogan. First of all, is making declarations and determinations about Australia's toothfish fisheries, which are adjacent to the CAMLA fisheries, is that the responsibility of the Environment Minister or the Agriculture Minister?
They would be, depending on the level of decision, but normally a decision for the Australian Fisheries Management Authority. So in terms of applying the rules and regulations to Australian fishing boats and setting our total allowable catches for Australian boats, they're decisions of the AFMA Commission.
Right, so not a ministerial decision?
No. Within CAMLA, so we have the approach for CAMLA is approved by relevant ministers, and that's led by AAD. And then the management of Australian boats is done consistently with that by the Australian Fisheries Management Authority, which is an independent authority.
Thank you. And Mr. Lowe, you talked about CAMLA, some challenges with CAMLA at the moment. In your view, is it operating effectively as a treaty body, or have geopolitical tensions overtaken from the environmental focus?
As I mentioned in my comments, there continue to be challenges. There are always challenges in consensus-based organisations. We consider it still the most effective forum for us to pursue our interests from a fishing perspective and our national interest in that area. Did you want to add it all, George?
Yeah, I think I could add that it's we're seeing it as becoming more unpredictable, and so an issue could go through as we'd expect based on appropriate science-based and precautionary management, or for reasons that are not easily identified, be blocked or become a real issue. So I think it's becoming more challenging as a forum, but still, given the representation and the broad engagement in it, the best body to manage the area, but requiring lots of effort and preparation to do that effectively.
And I think for as George was saying, I think it's important for us to continue to align with like-minded nations in terms of how we manage that fishery, and that's a really, I guess, strong focus of ours at the moment.
Thank you. Does the department have a view on the East Antarctic Marine Protected Area proposal, which has been before CAMLA for some time?
I think, did you want to kick off on that one, George?
Yeah, so that is led through AAD in CAMLA. We are on the delegation and support that proposal for CAMLA, but recognise the challenges in getting that through, and it's an ongoing issue to try and raise that for some sort of agreement. But we think there's benefits in having that marine protected area agreed through CAMLA for benefits in terms of biodiversity and those sort of issues.
And what measures does Australia have in place to prevent illegal fishing within our subantarctic fisheries?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I can take you through, I guess, a bit of work in this space. So, as I mentioned in my opening statement, we have achieved a lot of success working with other CAMLA members to combat IUU fishing in the Antarctic. We're leading work to directly address illegal toothfish fishing in the Antarctic, our leading work in the early part of this century continues to pay dividends in supporting a sustainable and effectively managed fishery. I mentioned the reduction of from the highs of 35,000 tonnes in the mid-1990s, and then it continued to peak at over 10,000 tonnes in the early 2000s. And we obviously got that down. We've gotten that down to 250 tonnes through our work through CAMLA. High-profile activities such as the Viasa pursuit in 2003, which was a Uruguay-flagged vessel detected illegally fishing in Australia's AEZ at Himi, and that demonstrated the efforts that Australia and other countries were putting into identifying and responding to illegal fishing. And our Australian fishing companies were instrumental in establishing and maintaining the Coalition of Illegal Toothfish Operators, or COLTO. The work of COLTO and other industry and conservation-led groups was critical to identifying and quantifying illegal caught toothfish. And while CAMLA no longer estimates the level of IUU toothfish catch, we note that COLTO estimates that IUU caught Antarctic toothfish has averaged less than 250 tonnes per year since 2016, and that represents less than 1% of the global toothfish catch. And while the successes demonstrated by these targeted actions in the past continue to bear fruit, it's important to note that we maintain ongoing efforts to maintain vigilance. So in 2020, Australia detected, boarded and subsequently tracked an illegal toothfish vessel. We shared valuable information with countries around the world, including through Interpol, eventually leading to the apprehension of the crew and forfeiture of around 200 tonnes of illegally caught toothfish in Yemen. So this was a really outstanding success story for both of our capabilities to monitor fishing and the international cooperative framework. And as I said before, we continue to work closely with CAMLA members to strengthen implementation of CAMLA catch documentation scheme to prevent illegal product entering market. I think that's probably where I could leave it. George, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, I could say from an Australian boat perspective, the Australian Fisheries Management Authority implements compliance arrangements like monitoring of operations and also of quota, so making sure that quota limits are complied with. Within CAMLA, we join with AAD and AFMA on the compliance committee. So that committee looks at potential breaches of CAMLA measures and looks at sanctions like listing of illegal boats. So that's an annual process. And Australia also participates in the toothfish catch documentation scheme, which traces the catch from point of capture through the trade cycle, and that's to ensure that it's legally caught and caught in compliance with CAMLA measures.
Thank you. Are there concerns about the scarcity of the toothfish?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yes, so there's different stocks and actually two different species of toothfish, but they're well managed, and the stocks that occur in areas that Australia fishes are assessed by AAD, so using stock assessment techniques that is reviewed by scientists, and that's done to ensure that the stocks are in good condition and the harvest is sustainable. They were under threat historically, as Matt was talking about, with the high illegal catches, but that has been reduced significantly, and we're on a more sustainable footing with that science process and close management.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I might go to Senator Grogan then.
Thank you.
I might have some more questions, but yeah.
Cool. I'm new to this committee, so I'm just getting my head around where this is all at. So it may sound like a silly question. I'm keen to understand. I'm sitting here looking at a map of Antarctica. So
of the area.
Yeah. So who manages which bits of the water, or is that all done collaboratively? So is it just the entirety of the seas around Antarctica? What seas sort of fit into whose bucket?
Right. So I guess, as CAMLA's as a whole is managed collectively, and then for our exclusive economic zone, I guess we manage that consistent with CAMLA arrangements.
So where is our exclusive zone?
Depending on where you're looking at, it's around Heard and McDonald Island. So
right.
I've got a map here, which I can circle for you.
Thank you.
If that helps.
Oh, right, okay. And so various elements on here are exclusive zones for other people or other countries?
Yeah, did you want to go to that, George?
So there's
Could you just unpack that for me a little bit? That would be really helpful.
Yeah, so there's a combination of areas that are within jurisdiction of some countries, and then there's what are called the high seas areas, which are under no country's jurisdiction, and they're subject to just management through CAMLA. But there are other territories, and offhand it's France has got one, and then other territories near CAMLA that are equivalent to our Macquarie Island, which are not within the CAMLA area but managed closely with CAMLA, and those include Falkland Islands and South Georgia and some other territories which would be managed by the UK and others.
Is it worth diving into the exploratory fisheries as well, George?
Yeah, so the exploratory fisheries we mentioned before, there's 4 of those, 2 in the East Antarctic and 2 in the Ross Sea, and they are subject to agreement through CAMLA, which doesn't always happen, but is based on a research plan for those areas, and then a catch limit is set to allow fishing by the boats that go in there under the research plan, and that's what's called an Olympic catch limit, where there's no allocation to the countries fishing there. It's just they fish until that catch is caught. And then the area
So it's not
closes.
allocated by country, it's allocated to the region and then
That's right. The boats that
first in best dressed?
Yeah, the boats that are allowed to go in there to participate, that's first in best dressed.
And is there much tension over who's fishing where?
Depends on the issue. I think within the exclusive economic zones, that's where sovereignty is established. That's not an issue. There can be tension around sovereignty and claims to territory. So that's one issue. And there can be tension around the high seas research areas as to the approach to research taken and, different views among members of CAMLA about what's required to undertake research in an area, which may lead to that area being closed, where Australia has, in the case of one area, said it should be opened up, but hasn't been opened because of concerns about the research approach.
Okay, so that would be the tension between the research and commercial fishing.
The way it plays out, it's more just concerns with the research, and so no one's fishing there. But there's, for I guess, views different to our own about the approach with science and how we collect data, that hasn't been opened up. And that's one of the tensions in CAMLA generally with the challenges between members about their approaches.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Are you able to explain the measures in place to reduce bycatch in subantarctic fisheries?
Yes, so the Australian measures look to reduce bycatch, and a lot of the focus is on seabird mitigation. And in some areas, there's limits on the number of seabirds that might be taken. And if those limits are reached, the fishery can be closed over a period because of the seabirds down there are quite vulnerable and listed under the environmental legislation. So there's mechanisms there to, for example, with long lining, get the bait under the water quickly so it's out of the range of the seabirds so they don't come and pick up the bait and accidentally get hooked. So there's those mechanisms, and there's other arrangements for other catch that are implemented by AFMA. So there's I think a range of measures, but might be better to speak to AFMA about those specifics.
Okay, thank you. And well, this might be a better question to go to them as well, but what information goes into AFMA's decisions to set catch limits in the subantarctic fisheries, and where does it come from?
Yeah, so the main information for setting the catch limits is the stock assessment, and that's undertaken by Australian Antarctic Division using information collected from the fisheries. So they have the information on catch, which is collected through the quota scheme. There's observers on the boat that collect information about the size of the fish being caught, how quickly the catch is being caught, and there's also other inputs like tagging of fish. So they tag fish, and when they bring them back, they know they can use that to estimate the population size. That information is then used to come up with a sustainable level of harvest, which is reviewed by AFMA's scientific advisory bodies and management committee. And then also that assessment is run through CAMLA as well. So it's checked at two levels. And then the AFMA Commission would take that information and set the total allowable catch, which aims to provide a sustainable level of harvest and also some economic benefits.
Thank you. And what steps are taken to verify that catch limits are complied with? And what are the consequences if they are not complied with?
So I mentioned there's observers on board. So there's reporting on board the boat in logbooks, and the observers who are there for primarily a scientific function, but they record catch as well. And then when the boat comes to port, there is what's called a quota. I can't remember the name, but the quota is then weighed at shore as well to check against the quota held by the company. So you have the on the boat, and then the accurate weighing when you get back to port. And there's compliance at different stages along there, including there can be port inspections or sort of desktop assessments of compliance.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about Japanese whaling, actually, and I've got an article here from The Guardian from May this year, Justin McCurry, and it's talking about the Japanese have pulled out of the International Whaling Convention, is it? Commission, but have indicated that they would like to resume the Antarctic whale hunts in the future. And I was just wondering what Australia's position on this is, or how we've responded.
Oh, it'd be one for DQ, the Environment Department.
Yeah.
They lead on whaling.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Did you have any other questions, Senator?
No, I think I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just check, did any other committee members have any questions? No.
Looks like you're going to get an early mark.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, thank you very much again for being here. And if you've been asked to provide any additional information, if you could please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 13th of September, that would be much appreciated. And you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. Thanks again.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I must say, I've never met a toothfish.
We saw one. Oh, do we suspend, please? Thanks. I now welcome representatives of the Department of Home Affairs to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. James Robinson, First Assistant Secretary, Strategic Policy Division. I cover off on our international functions in the department.
And I'm Gregory Smith. I'm the Acting Assistant Secretary for Risk Assessment in the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Centre.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Obviously, I'm the chair. We've got Senator Grogan here, and online we've got Senator Matt O'Sullivan, the Honourable Linda Burney, and we might have some others rejoin in a moment. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to members' questions.
No opening statement from us, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In your submission, you mentioned that Department of Home Affairs relationship with the CAMLR, what do we call it, agreement. Can you please explain a little more about your relationship and how it has recently been strengthened and what that means for Australia's interests in Antarctica?
No problems. Thank you, Chair. So, as you know, Australia hosts the headquarters of CAMLR in Hobart, and we've done so since the International Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, mouthful, the convention, colloquially termed, was entered into force on the 7th of April 1982. The Department and the Australian Government writ large's relationship with CAMLR has been governed by the Headquarters Agreement since it was signed in 1986, but recently the Department in particular and the CAMLR Secretariat have strengthened our relationship across the board. We've made a number of visa management changes to better enable the Department to facilitate attendance in CAMLR, and particularly make sure that representation is able to be equal in the CAMLR setting.
Great, thank you. And can you explain what the department's interests in Antarctica are and what remit you are responsible for in relation to Antarctic policy?
No problems. I mean, we support the broader whole-of-government approach to Antarctica and Antarctic policy across the board. Home Affairs specifically, we have our visa and immigration support for CAMLR. We also have some critical infrastructure responsibilities. We also have some responsibilities for civil maritime security and border security, particularly in Australia's southern approaches.
Right, thank you. Are there any issues that the department are concerned about with regard to any of those areas at the moment?
I don't think any specific areas of concern. Obviously, the Antarctic treaty system is a sometimes contested space, but Home Affairs' remit is really in support of the overarching Australian government approach. Certainly we've made some strides to strengthen our visa support to CAMLR in particular, and I think that's been really effective in supporting the overarching efficacy of the system. But I don't think we have any specific areas of concern, specifically in relation to Antarctica.
Okay. We have asked some other witnesses if they see that the CAMLR is still an effective, is operating effectively, or whether sort of the environmental objectives have been overtaken by geopolitical tensions. Did you have a view on that?
It's really not a Home Affairs remit, that one. We'd definitely defer to DFAT and DQ on that specific angle.
Okay, and sorry, you mentioned visa, your role with visas in relation to CAMLR. Are you able to just explain what that is, how that works?
Yeah, no problems. So, in particular, we're responsible for the delivery of visa support for attendees of the annual CAMLR meetings, and we facilitate entry for representatives who are required to travel to Australia for CAMLR-related business. We have a range of different legal obligations with respect to the issuing of visas for CAMLR attendees, and we have the discretion to grant entry into Australia, and while we have that discretion, we're obliged not to delay or deny a visa, particularly where it would result in a member not being able to have representation at CAMLR as well.
Right, thank you. And are there any threats that, as you see it, to Australia's national security from the future Humboldt subsea cable system?
I might defer to my colleague from Critical Infrastructure.
I certainly wouldn't point to any security threats. I think just to give you a general overview of our interest in that proposed project, obviously within the department, it's the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Centre who look after critical infrastructure resilience and protection. We work with owners and operators of critical infrastructure assets to help them understand any security risks. As that relates to the Humboldt cable, we would take a keen interest in any new infrastructure projects proposed for the Australian Antarctic Territory or projects linked to continental Australia. So that's why we take a general interest in this proposal. I think with regard to the specifics of what we know about that project, it's a fair way off. It's probably unlikely to be completed until 2026 at the soonest. But in terms of security considerations, any cable that has a landing point in Australia, we have security regulation obligations. So just to understand the owner, the profile of the owner and operator of the cable, their kind of security maturity levels, and any other factors that might link to security considerations. So in this particular case, from what we know about this proposal, we don't have any concerns about security threats.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask a follow-up?
Yes,
Is that right? So with the Humboldt cable, it's going to Sydney.
Correct.
Is it stopping off in Antarctica? Like, is there going to be any connectivity there, or is it just passing by?
So the way that it's described is essentially the link is from Chile to Sydney with branches to, I think it's Easter Island, and also a branch to Antarctica. So it's described as a branch coming off that main cable that would be going to Antarctica.
And who would it service? Like, what would be at the end of that cable?
My understanding is that it's to service the research stations on Antarctica, so to improve their connectivity, digital connectivity. At the moment, those research stations rely entirely on satellite communications, so it would dramatically improve digital connectivity for those research stations.
And would it provide connectivity for all of the research stations? Is that like a shared... Would it be like a shared asset scenario?
I have a sort of limited understanding of the specific users, but I imagine that it would be, the concept would be that it should service all, but I'm sorry, I'd have to look into that further and come back to you. But.
Thank you.
Okay. I was just going to go to Linda Burney and then I'll come back to
Thanks.
Linda Burney.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also very new to this committee, but one of the things that strikes me listening to Home Affairs plus to EFAT and Fisheries and Forestry this morning is how little is known about these arrangements in the broader Australian community. Would you like to comment on that?
I mean, not in particular, Minister.
I'm not a minister anymore, but thank you.
Okay. Did you have any other questions, Linda?
No, that was it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I'm interested, so your cyber and risk and all that, very interesting stuff. In terms of any form of cyber risk, either that's resulting from the variety of people who call Antarctica home and the bases and such like, is there any monitoring that goes on by CAMLR or by anyone else about the utilisation of any form of monitoring systems that may not be strictly monitoring fish and ice?
I'm not aware of any monitoring arrangements that the Department of Home Affairs is involved in that regard.
Is it something that CAMLR has an eye to, or...?
So I'm not sure if CAMLR in particular does, but certainly from an Australian government perspective, it's and this is probably slightly outside of our remit, but just commenting on the overarching set of arrangements, I am aware that we do reciprocal visits and inspections to make sure that they are indeed being used for research purposes in all of the different territories across the board.
And in terms of future risks, there's been a lot of conversation around, that sort of geopolitical tensions, issues raised by various members of the committee. Do you have any role in considering those concerns?
From a broad national security perspective, absolutely, we have a role in assessing any of the national security risks to Australia. So we do take a really broad lens on a range of those different threats, and they are many in our geostrategic environment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. How can Australian Antarctic research assist in protecting Australia's national interests?
So, I think there's a range of different ways in which our scientific research assists Australia's national interests, and in particular the scientific research that gets undertaken down in Antarctica is really critical for our assessment of climate change risks and our understanding of our domestic environment from a threat perspective as well. So understanding how our climate might impact on Australia's domestic security and our national resilience as well.
And in your view, is that are we doing the best that we can, the best that we should be in that regard?
I think from our perspective, and definitely other agencies are far more have far greater expertise than we do. But certainly we're a big beneficiary of some of that climate science, and I think Bureau of Meteorology and DQ would have lots to say on how we're internalising that. But certainly from our perspective, when we look at climate science and the way that we're now predicting, anticipating our high-risk weather season in particular, that's really critical research, and we definitely use it on a year-to-year annual cycle basis to try and anticipate where natural hazards might occur.
Oh, right, that's great. Could you elaborate on some examples of that, on particularly how the research that's happening in Antarctica can assist policy development for Department of Home Affairs?
Sure. I think the causal links are probably hard to establish really directly, but certainly our overarching research on climate science, particularly led by Bureau of Meteorology, we're using that climate science and data, particularly for our National Emergency Management Agency, to try and understand how climate change is impacting our natural environment and how we should be starting to plan for high-risk weather season, whether it's floods or fires, and how we need to start to incorporate that into how we protect communities across the board, not just in response and recovery, but also in how we build resilience into those communities too.
Great, thank you. The Agriculture Department has mentioned in their submission that the risk posed by illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing in and around our sub-Antarctic fisheries does your department have a role in addressing that?
Absolutely. So that relates to some of the civil maritime components that I referenced earlier. So
right.
Obviously we, through our Australian Border Force, we do have a range of different responsibilities in protecting our border across all of Australia's borders, including in the Southern Ocean as well.
And so, yes, can you elaborate on what the department is doing to address those issues?
Sure. We're approaching it rather holistically in terms of building the Border Force's capability and making sure that we have the right enduring capabilities from a civil maritime and border security perspective to be able to enforce our borders, and also in collaboration with international partners, police international waters, and make sure that illegal foreign fishing is not occurring in areas of our responsibility. And climate change is actually shifting some of those patterns, so we're considering how do we actually pivot some of our assets and make sure that we're well resourced into the future.
Right. Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, sure.
In terms of illegal fishing, or where we've got zones where people aren't supposed to go and they go, whose role is it there to actually intervene? Who actually plays that physical role on the ground?
So where it's in Australia's waters, it's our Australian Border Force.
And where it's the waters that are kind of everybody's waters, and
that enters into an interesting grey area where we abide by international norms and in institutions to try and police those kind of unspecified zones.
So do you, I mean, it's not the easiest place to get around, right? Do you have a presence at all?
We do have a presence. I'd have to take on notice exactly what profile that looks like from an Australian Border Force perspective. But a range of different government agencies collaborate in that space. And
Sort
you'd
of
be
share
familiar,
resources, share, yeah.
and you'd be familiar with Operation Sovereign Borders as well, which is that joint task force between Defence and Home Affairs.
And then do you collaborate with other countries in terms of those waters around the Antarctica in terms of how are they collective? Would you call them collectively managed?
So I'd have to take on notice the specifics around the Southern Ocean in particular, but certainly in our northern approaches, we collaborate really closely with international partners like Indonesia on how do we manage those waters, where the crossover of our territory starts and ends.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I'd imagine it'd be quite the same in the Southern Ocean as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Jane.
Thanks. So how much of a problem is that illegal fishing? Like, you know, how often do you find boats that aren't meant to be there, or yeah?
So, I mean, I think I don't have the specifics to hand, but certainly it is an increasing trend that we're seeing illegal foreign fishing, particularly for trepang, sea cucumbers, in a range of different areas around Australia.
Right. Is it from a particular country, or?
It's a range of different actors, including, all sorts of countries.
Okay. I'm thinking, do I go down the line of questioning about sea cucumbers? But I don't know where to begin. How regularly do you undertake patrols of Heard Island and McDonald Islands for illegal fishing?
I probably have to take that one on notice.
Okay, that would be good if you wouldn't mind. And Macquarie Island as well, please.
And can I ask, with the illegal fishing, do you capture the overfishing? Like, so say somebody's there legally enough, but there's an additional take outside of their licensed quota. Is that something that you guys would have any role in?
I'd have to check on the specifics. I imagine that would be hard to monitor, but I can take that on notice as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And how will climate change in Antarctica and the Southern Ocean affect Australia's national security?
I think it will have an impact. It's hard to calculate, particularly when we start to get out towards the upper ends of those projections, exactly how that'll play out. We anticipate that a range of different national security impacts will be felt, including on some of the areas where we've discussed today, in terms of changes in illegal foreign fishing, changes in our need to, I guess, police different parts of our southern approaches. It'll definitely have impacts on how we approach critical infrastructure and a range of other different components. And it'll have a broader impact on Australia's national security as well, which we're anticipating and looking for trends and giving some consideration about how we actually pivot our national security approaches and where we're likely to find additional risks.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any other questions?
I don't, no.
Senator, or anyone else on the committee have any further questions? Okay, we might leave it there. Thank you. Thank you again for your attendance. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, if you could please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 13th of September, that would be appreciated. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll have a short suspension. Thanks. I now welcome representatives of the Bureau of Meteorology to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
No worries. So, James Taylor, I'm Manager of the Marine Antarctic teams within the Environmental Prediction Services of the Bureau. So, we're in the production side of the Bureau in the Community Services Group.
Thank you.
Hi, and I'm Tim Abrahams. I'm the General Manager of Organisational Development at the Bureau of Meteorology, so look after all aspects of the workforce, HR and workforce issues.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I now invite you to make an opening statement before proceeding to members' questions.
Yeah, we actually don't have an opening statement today, and we're happy to be here and happy to answer any questions that the committee has for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, I'm Alicia Payne. We've got Senator Karen Grogan here in the room, and we've got the Honourable Linda Burney MP and Senators O'Sullivan and McLaughlin online. Could you put into context the value of weather monitoring at our Antarctic stations to forecasting weather conditions on the Australian continent?
Absolutely. It's critical, the weather monitoring that we do in Antarctica. We've been doing it for a long time. It goes all the way back to 1948. The history of the Bureau's involvement with the Antarctic program began many decades ago and continues today. In terms of the monitoring that we do in Antarctica, we have many different forms of observations that we take. They are critical to inform not only the forecasting that we do to support Antarctic operations, they're also critical to be assimilated into numerical weather prediction models. Now, that has an effect for being able to provide support in terms of forecasts for Antarctic operations, but it's also critical for what we do in terms of numerical weather prediction services for Australia and the continent and the globe. An example being the radiosondes that are taken in Antarctica, some of the most valuable, in fact research has shown the most valuable for numerical weather prediction in Australia. So Casey, Mawson, Davis, etc. The highest value in terms of improving the verification of our models in Antarctica. So really critical on that side of things.
Can you just explain why?
Because they're so remote and sparse, and also, so if you think about across the globe, where the land is where the observations are. Where you don't have land, water, some of the greatest advancements in numerical weather prediction in recent decades started with some of the observations that are in the water, and which we contribute to as well. But and then satellite, etc., really help. But having the radiosondes that contribute and enhance the verification is one thing, but they're also critical to be able to verify and understand or calibrate things like satellite imagery. So there's a number of different uses why they're so useful. We do ozone as well. We have international obligations around that from both Davis and Macquarie. And I think there's been, listening or reading the transcripts from Hobart, a number of links between ozone, polar vortex, southern annular mode, and how that affects Australia. But it's also those observations that we take at Mawson and Davis are useful, no doubt, for how we calibrate ozone detection on satellite that are polar orbiting satellites. We do space weather observations, and the automatic weather stations are critical for the AAD operations in Antarctica, but we have measurements that will have information for cloud cover, so ceilometers, vismeters, for aviation operations. And I touched a little bit before on the ocean. Argo floats are one critical part of the Southern Ocean that have really enabled our understanding of the Southern Ocean over recent decades. The Bureau contributes to that with other partners, both national and international. And one of the main reasons why they're so useful is because they're allowing us to understand the temperature at depth in the ocean, and is indicating to us that the Southern Ocean is warming and the heat content in the Southern Ocean is warming. Not only critical for what's happening with sea ice and weather around Antarctica, also critical for what happens over Australia.
As part of this inquiry, we spent some time in Hobart with AAD, and we also met with scientists from the University of Tasmania there, and hearing about how much can be learned about our climate in terms of climate change, but also immediate sort of changes, particularly with regard to extreme weather can be learned from Antarctica. Do you feel, given that significance, that do you see any limitations on what Australia's science that we're undertaking on Antarctica? Do you feel that that's sufficient, or could we be doing more in that regard?
Well, maybe I'll underscore the criticality in terms of, because having read the transcripts, it was mentioned, but if we think about how the polar vortex weakened leading into 2019-2020, and a resultant weak polar vortex allowed a negative southern annular mode, which means, put it simply, the way I think about that is generally the highs move to the north, and that allows a lot more cross-continental air moving into warmer, hotter air moving into the eastern part of the continent, and we saw devastating fires. In the following years, we saw a stronger polar vortex, which meant that the southern annular mode was positive. I might have to check before if I said negative, but positive, but basically the highs moving more south and allowing a moist onshore flow into eastern states, and combined with La Nina, and so we had wetter conditions. So extremely critical. In terms of limitations, the Antarctic is a difficult place to operate, as I'm sure you're well aware and has been talked about a lot. So we have critical observations down there, but there is large distances between them, and so the spatial scattering has some limitations due to the nature of the way we operate down there. So I've talked a little bit about satellites. The geostationary satellites, massively useful across the globe for numerical weather prediction assimilation and understanding what's going on. But when you're in the high latitudes, they just do not cover the area well enough. And so we're reliant on polar orbiting satellites, extremely useful, but there can be limitations at times in how often you get a pass in the right spot, and the timing of it and the resolution. So there's understandable limitations in what we do, and of course the Bureau's constantly working towards different ways to overcome that.
And I imagine in terms of those limitations, you work with AAD to address those, or
Yeah, absolutely. So the relationship, using the word critical a lot, here's another use of it. The relationship with AAD, absolutely critical to enable the Antarctic program. My team in particular provide the forecasting support to the program, and how we work with the AAT through their operations centre, from whether it's planning and thinking about the year ahead through to in the field, and once we've got people in Antarctica supporting that work, completely relies on the strength of that relationship that we continue to build on. In terms of overcoming any challenges, the AAD relationship and understanding what's required and when is probably the main thing. But I have talked somewhat to some limitations in what's available to my team to be able to provide forecast support. But what that means is the expertise of my team is extremely deep. They know the topography, they know and understand some of the various weather types that will impact on the program, and they're able to use that expertise to provide the services that the AAD need to continue with their operations. I'm very happy to say that I continually get really amazing feedback from whether it's AAD or elsewhere about the quality of service that we get, that we've been providing.
Great, thank you. And so with particular regard to, so there are actual staff from the Bureau on Antarctica. Are you able to comment on some of the limitations or challenges as you see them to, as I imagine, to do with getting people in and out? Would that be right to say that would be the key one?
So perhaps I'll start, James.
Yeah, go for it.
So at the moment we have 11 Bureau staff down on the ice and in Macquarie, so at Casey Davis, Mawson and Macquarie Island. So the staff down there at the moment are technical officers, and then of course there's a seasonal and all year round component for our staffing. So when summer hits, we'll have 4 meteorologists embedded into AAD operations in Antarctica as well. James, if you want to comment on...
Can I just ask, if you don't mind?
Yeah, please.
Do you recruit them to go there, or do you pull from your staff to go there, and how long do they spend? What's the sort of rotation?
Yeah, sure. So with the technical officers, it's an open recruitment process outside of the Bureau for those technical officers. So we run an annual recruitment campaign. So for this year, we ran a campaign that attracted over 300 applicants external to the Bureau, which was a record number that we'd ever received. In terms of our meteorologists, as you can appreciate, given the skill set, they come and are drawn from the Bureau's operations. So we have around about 400 forecasters in the Bureau. So the meteorologists that will be embedded into the operations come through there. But again, there is an expression of interest exercise which is undertaken internally in the Bureau to source staff to go down for those meteorological services.
So you have an external process, but you also do a call within?
Yeah, the external and internal process for the technical officers, but for the meteorologists, it's just internal.
And how long do they go for?
So roughly, it could be 12 months, I think, for some of the largest stints. So the 11 officers that we have down there at the moment, they'll rotate at the end of the season, ahead of the season going in. For summer operations, James, how long would the meteorologists be down there?
Well, this season, it's as good a season to talk to as any. We've got 2 meteorologists going to Davis for a limited amount of time. I believe it's October through to December. And for Casey, there's 3 all up, but 2 meteorologists from our side. And they'll be there from October through to March. Now, we get support from the Navy, absolutely worth mentioning, because it's fantastic support. The Bureau runs postgraduate diplomas, then we have Navy people will attend those and train up and then provide meteorological services for the Navy directly. Through Operation Southern Discovery, the Navy provide one of those meteorologists back to an embed within our team, and they'll come down and do the pre-departure meteorological training with our team, which is actually on this week ahead of October leaving, and bring their skills up to be able to provide the depth of understanding and services that we talked about before.
And do they stay on the station? Are they there for the full 12 months, or do they go and do they rotate, or are they there for full 12 months?
So the technical officers, I think, stay down, or some of them stay for 12 months. Others will do 6-month stints. And we have, I think there's one extra technical officer that we provide during the summer months where we're able to do more, basically. It's the rotation in and out is limited through the winter months.
Because you just can't get there and back, yeah.
Yeah, so there's the boats that go down, and then there's the intercontinental flights as well. And so most will go on flights to get in and out, but some every now and then will go on the boat. Worth mentioning that we also provide forecasting support on the boats from time. So, for instance, the resupplying Macquarie Island, we had one of our expert meteorologists on the bridge forecasting and providing support to that operation. And we'll continue to do those sorts of things as planned by the AAD in coming months. There's the Denver Marine Voyage planned as well, where we're looking to support that.
It'd be a great experience to go there for 12 months.
Yeah.
If a little daunting.
A little bit scary, I think, in the winter bit, anyway.
I think it's not a bad point in terms of the interest that we get, and people are keen, understandably. The amount of times people have asked me if I've been down there. No, I haven't, not yet. If that was an outcome of the inquiry, maybe. I'm joking.
We'll put you on the list of people who suggested it might be an outcome.
Yeah.
But based on the Antarctic recruitment campaign that I mentioned before, 300 is very strong, and successful candidates through that would come through training that the Bureau would undertake with the Bureau, and then of course once they're getting ready for deployment, they'd then be based in Hobart in the AAD to do the relevant pre-voyage training as well, and then appropriate debriefs afterwards. Yeah.
And so there's psychological assessments, medical assessments, and one of our manager for the Oceans and Antarctic team will be presenting to the AAD Summit for a lot of the people who will go down and be stationed at Casey or Davis, etc. So to provide an understanding of what the weather forecast will look like that they'll be using day in, day out, and who'll be there, and the fact that the teams, the operational meteorologists, will work 24/7 and work night shifts when required by the AAD. So AAD support amazingly in terms of helping provide, one, awareness that there could be people sleeping during the day, and two, ensuring that the accommodation is suitable.
So at all times, the Bureau employees are Bureau employees, so even though they are embedded in AAD in the department, they at all times remain a Bureau employee. So that's why it's so important that we've got the right relationships with AAD, and also still provide that line managers and pastoral care support for our staff on the ice as well.
Because I imagine some people would think this sounds great, I'm really excited to get down there and go, oh my God, I'm not coping.
I'm sure that has happened in the past. We don't have a lot of reports of that coming in. Certainly that we have check-ins with the staff down there. There's regular contact through their line manager, but also into the HR team to provide that support. But certainly we're not hearing or receiving a large number of reports around those matters at this point in time.
It's good to know.
Yeah.
I think that is really testament to the AAD process and psychological assessments, medical assessments. It is very rare. I'm sure you all will have seen the media reports about the medical evacuation from last year. So very rare, but exactly the sort of thing that our forecasting team would have supported with forecasts to enable the ship to get down there, the helicopter flight onto base, off to base, all of that work.
Thank you.
I'm really interested in some of the actual, like the Million Year Core Ice project. I've always been completely fascinated with that. In terms of BOM, what is What is the value of that? What are you seeing? What's...
Well, it comes down to the... We started by talking about observations, the value of the observations, and the length of the observations that we have back to 1948. When you start talking millions of years, then the value of that in terms of understanding what's going on with our current path, with our climate, is huge. There's also links that can be found from the ice cores. For instance, there's been some recent research identifying links between ice core analysis and weather at Antarctica versus weather in Australia, probably along the lines of what I described before around polar vortex and southern annular mode, etc. And particularly when the southern annular mode is in phase with ENSO. So I described an in-phase event with El Nino before and what we've seen with La Nina over the recent years. So understanding it over a million years, extremely important for us to be able to start mapping out and understanding what the risk and what the change, how rapid the change is occurring, and which realistically is what our decision makers need to be able to start planning out adaptation plans, etc.
So would you be looking for trends? Like change trends?
Yes, I think is
the answer.
Yeah. Throughout my career, one of the things that I've found myself talking to people a lot about is how things are changing more rapidly now than what we've seen pretty much since humans have been on the earth. Now that having confidence in statements like that really requires that research work to take place. And there's various ways that research can take place, whether it's ice cores, tree ring type work, etc. And it just builds the confidence in understanding how quickly our climate is changing.
Because sometimes when we go back over decades and decades, what we see and thinking things are happening quicker might be just because we're noticing them quicker, we've got better monitoring, we've got better understanding. I'm not saying this is the case here by any stretch. Please do not take that. But my sense of what I'm kind of excited about is how you would be able to map over that lengthy period of time what that change, how that change would come about, whether it is a simple, smooth method of change or whether there are spikes or tick-ups or whatever. What phase is it in terms of analysing that million-year ice core?
So the main support the Bureau provides, or maybe I shouldn't say main, but a lot of the support we provide is things like the forecasting to enable the scientists to be out there and drilling and taking out that program of work. Now, the Bureau also has expertise in climate science within our Science and Innovation Group, who will be no doubt fully engaged and contributing and very excited about the data that comes out of a project like that in terms of really understanding where that's at and the data, then the various organisations involved in that project would be the best to answer, but happy to take on notice and get information from our own Science and Innovation Group.
Yeah, I think basically my question is, how excited are you? Good question.
Well, hopefully I answered that.
Thank you. Ms. Burney. Linda, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I'm having trouble here. Look, thank you so much for that. That's been really, really interesting. It's not really a question, but a comment that you might want to respond to or think about. But it just sounds to me that you're really proud of the people that go down there and work on your behalf. I'm just wondering whether or not the idea of having a diversity program might be useful. By that I mean, number of women, people from a different cultural background.
Certainly, I think that's a really good call out. Certainly, there is a diversity in the Bureau expeditioners that do travel down. So there certainly is diversity in gender in the expeditioners of the Bureau that go down, but certainly a focus on other diversity cohorts is something certainly that we could look at in the Bureau in the role that we play with the AAP.
I mean, it's just a thought, but it just seems to me that, when you look at the people graduating from university with various degrees, there is a huge diversity there. And it might be something you might want to think about into the future.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could comment on, are there things that the BOM would like to be doing on Antarctica that you can't because of funding or logistical reasons?
I think the question really goes back to what we talked about before in terms of some of the challenges that we have around observations which are known and understood. Now, in terms of what's the best way to improve the observational network and enhance the information available, whether it's for assimilation into climate models that forecast, the near-term, future or months of seasonal outlooks, etc., weighing up benefits associated with that to something like more observations in the Southern Ocean. And so it's how those decisions are made. I actually think from my time in the organisation, what I've seen seems to be reasonably good. And I note in the transcript that there was some discussion around the decadal plan and the amount of work and workshopping that has gone into that. Really having so many scientists with such deep expertise looking and contributing to, what should we be doing, what could we be doing, and pulling that together in a decadal plan is an appropriate way to help make those decisions. Inquiries like that, this extremely useful as well to increase Australian government's understanding of some of the benefits in moving forward with whether it's investment or any other kind of change.
Thank you. And could you explain the BOM's role in the National Climate Risk Assessment and how that work is relevant to the Australian Antarctic Territory?
Yeah, sure. So I'll discuss a little bit about adaptation plan. And so the ACS, Australian Climate Service, it's a partnership between us, CSIRO, GA and ABS. Now, in terms of doing a national climate risk assessment, I'm sure you're aware there's been a first pass. They're currently working on a second pass and identifying the various systems involved with and effects, consequences, needing to understand how we're exposed and vulnerable to certain risks. Risk is the probability of a consequence or the probability of an impact. So we need to understand what that probability is and the hazard around that in terms of Australia. Now, sea level rise is one thing, but we could also be thinking about how, what relationship there may be in terms of that link between the polar vortex, southern annular mode, etc. Now, some of the expertise in the ACS is coming from climate scientists within the Bureau. And the point that they're at, my understanding, is just doing very thorough research about what's available to them to be able to ascertain what the risk may or may not be to inform the National Climate Risk Assessment, which in turn can help make decisions around the adaptation plan.
Okay, thank you. And just lastly, a question to you, Mr. Abrahams, around obviously we've seen reporting of some poor culture and on Antarctica, and obviously AAD are putting in place strategies to address that. And I was just interested in your perspective, BOM's perspective on that. Is that something that how do you think it is improving, if it is, or otherwise?
Yeah, certainly. So as a key partner to AAD, and obviously our staff being embedded in AAD, it's of great importance to the Bureau that in response to the Nash Review and the Russell Review, that those actions are being undertaken by the AAD. We certainly work in close partnership with them, and in terms of pulse surveys that they're sending out to expeditioners, our staff are involved if they so wish in response to those. We continually get briefed by the AAD on how they're addressing the recommendations from those reviews. It's also important to us from a culture perspective from the Bureau, of course, that we have those close and ongoing links to our staff on Macquarie Island and the ice as well. So it really is a partnership in terms of staff can raise concerns with the AAD directly, or can raise concerns with the Bureau, and obviously any concerns that they raise on any ongoing cultural issues, we make sure that we get on top of as soon as we can. This is vital importance to our staff, their health and welfare. But in terms of how the AAD are responding to the Russell Review, certainly we've been involved and engaged in that process, and certainly the pulse results are showing improvement, particularly for partner agencies and the expeditioners of partner agencies.
Thank you. Any other?
I'm just a bit interested in the ozone monitoring. You touched on it briefly. Why is it so valuable from Macquarie Island?
The length of the observation and the latitude of the observation. So it's pretty clear in terms of, you think about westerly flow around the Southern Ocean, so it sits in a pretty clear part of the world. And so there's no other observation that far south for that length of time. The Davis observation, I was actually talking to one of our experts around some of this yesterday. Davis observation, extremely useful for monitoring of the ozone hole and the obligations that we have around knowing and understanding that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just checking with other committee members, there's no final questions? No. Thank you very much again for being here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, it would be great if you could forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 13th of September. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and will have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. We'll put your names on that list for the trip.
Thanks. I think if I was going down there, it wouldn't be necessarily for good reasons.
No, that's right.
Start again. Yep. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Dr. Karina Meredith, and I'm the Director of Environmental Research and Technology at ANSTO.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to members' questions.
Thank you, Chair, and distinguished members of the committee. As Australia's leading institution in nuclear science and technology, ANSTO is uniquely positioned to contribute nuclear capabilities to Antarctic research. Through our internationally recognised research, we are not merely just observing Antarctica, we're providing information on its role in the global climate system. We're also safeguarding its fragile ecosystems and, by extension, protecting Australia's future. Our work, particularly through collaborations under the Australian Research Council funded Securing Antarctica's Environmental Future, or otherwise known as SAFE, deepens our understanding of how to manage and mitigate human impacts on this fragile region. Australia's leadership in Antarctic research is crucial to our national interest. The rapid pace of environmental change in Antarctica demands that we continue and increase our efforts. At ANSTO, we're committed to expanding our research to confront these challenges. We do this through analysing ice cores, lake cores, to predict future climate patterns, all the way through to providing access to Australian scientists to our world-class science infrastructure. However, the challenges we face require sustained investment and a long-term commitment. To continue leveraging Antarctic research for the national interest, we must ensure that our scientific endeavours are supported by robust, publicly available data, cutting-edge infrastructure and secure funding. ANSTO remains dedicated to advancing Australia's leadership in Antarctic research, contributing to the global effort. Together, we can ensure that Antarctica remains a beacon of hope for scientific discovery, environmental preservation and national resilience. I welcome your questions and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meredith. So obviously got myself and Senator Grogan here, and online we've got the Honourable Linda Burney and Senators O'Sullivan and McLaughlin and possibly Antic, I think. So you mentioned the how critical research on Antarctica is to Australia's national interest. Could you just expand on why that's so important?
The rapid rate of change in Antarctica and predicted rate of change is something that all global citizens should be concerned about. Climate models give us a certain degree of understanding or prediction into the future. However, those models require data, and collecting that data is something that we need to ensure. So the data that's fed into those models is only as good as the model outcome. So we can run models and we can look at the change in sea level rise according to variables, but without that direct data, then we can't actually determine how much sea level rise will occur. So there's predictions that there can be anywhere from 0.5 metre all the way up to over 50 metres of sea level rise. So understanding how that will impact us here in Australia is very important for our future.
Thank you. And you mentioned your commitment to expanding your research. Are you able to elaborate on what sort of aims you have there?
So ANSTO, we provide nuclear technologies, so atomic scale information to answer big climate questions. So we've been working in the climate space for decades. We are measuring environmental samples such as air, water, sediments, and we're accumulating this information so that we can understand what has happened in the past, so that we can then predict that for the future. So many of our projects are focused around the areas in Antarctica where it's ice-free and where there are significant processes occurring. We collect samples from those areas so that we can look at the chemical signature and provide timeframes on processes within those particular samples.
Thank you. So in your submission, you talk about collecting the diverse samples from penguin eggshells, etc. Just confirming, ANSTO has offices on Antarctica, like you send?
So ANSTO collaborates with various organisations. So one of the primary areas that we are collecting our samples is through the Securing Antarctica's Environmental Future project, so the ARC-funded project. This project allows us to negotiate with the AOD, so we collaborate also with Australian Antarctic Division to collect samples. And we work in collaboration, so we will value add to other people's research. So, for example, if we are undertaking an ecosystem study, we will have university partners and AAD people that will be in the field collecting the samples. The samples that we require will be delivered back to ANSTO, and we measure the samples back at Lucas Heights. So we very much rely on those relationships and those collaborations for us to receive samples back at Lucas Heights. We do not send any of our scientists directly down to Antarctica at the moment. We have in the past, but it's always been through collaboration. So we don't have any direct offices that are outside of Lucas Heights or our Clayton campus down in Melbourne.
And
so in terms of the penguin shells,
yes,
you would just sort of provide a scope to the people on the ground.
So yes, that particular project is an international project, and the ANSTO researcher is collaborating with international US-based people who are collecting materials or who have collected them in the past. Some of those samples come from museum collections. So it's the samples are either pre-collected or they will be predicted to be collected in the next few years. And so with the penguin egg situation, it's a mix of modern samples that are collected now versus what has been collected in the past. And that's the benefit of some of the analysis that we do, is that if we have science questions that we need to answer, we can access sample archives to measure for what we're measuring for, and then be able to answer that question.
So in terms of something like that, the age, you've said you would seek for some samples from museums and such like.
Yeah.
Is the age of the sample then critical? I know with sort of living organisms it would be, so I'm just wanting to sort of confirm, like with something like a shell, whether you're kind of going, right, if somebody could just like hang around until a little penguin's born and then just grab the shell, and that's unlikely to be how you do it. But what is that sort of scope and I suppose the critical timing nature of collecting samples and the viability of what you can do with that sample based on how well it's kept in its original condition?
So it depends on what we're looking at. So something like the penguin eggs, we're looking at carbon reservoirs. So the carbon is locked up in the shell, and so we take that sample and we measure it using our accelerator mass spectrometers to understand the carbon. So something with a penguin eggshell, it's very much about it's in there and it doesn't degrade, so we can sample it in 50 years' time. Something like a lake water sample, which is what I specialise in, that needs to be sampled and measured quite quickly. And depending on what you're measuring, whether you're measuring the organic fraction or the inorganic fraction, will depend on the timing. So sometimes when we collect our samples, they need to go straight into the freezers down in Antarctica. Not that that's hard, but it's that whole transporting that sample back to Sydney, which can can take a lot of time, and if those samples are not transported in the correct manner, if they defrost, then you can have problems with sample integrity. And so some of the elements that we're measuring for, they may change their state. So sample preservation and collection is extremely important. And so when we are organising these field trips, we provide standard operating procedures to our collaborators, and we follow. They follow those procedures. Yes.
Great, thank you.
So the fact that ANSTO doesn't send your scientists down there, is that a matter of funding or logistical constraints? Like, ideally, would they go and get the samples themselves, or?
So we are partner investigators on the Securing Antarctica's Environmental Future project. That's allowed us access to sampling programs that we didn't have access to in the past. So it's also meant that it has allowed us to build more in this research area. And so when it comes to missions and planning field work, SAFE is a large project. There's 39 partner investigators at the inception of the project. I'm not sure how many there are now. It changes a lot. So there's lots of interested parties who want to go on these expeditions, and there are limited spots. So if there was a spot that was to come available, we would negotiate hard for one of our early career researchers to join. And so in the past few years that we've been involved in this program, there just hasn't been that availability. But we have benefited from the people that are in the field who are collecting samples for us. So, yes, it's it's just not something that we directly organise as a field trip. There's just a lot of logistics, and it's very much AAD's in AAD's portfolio.
Yeah. And in terms of where across the Antarctic, where you actually collect samples or do various things, is there a kind of sticking to the Australian base kind of on the east scenario, or do you roam, or do the projects that you're collaborating on roam further afield?
It's very much based on where the AAD are targeting. So the samples that we've collected have been around the bases, so Casey Station in the Windmill Islands. We are also part of, we've also collected samples in the Bunga Hills. So it's very much about where those expeditions are organised and predetermined by the AAD. So the samples that we collect are more opportunistic in the way, because we are looking at carbon budgets and changes in environment. It's not as necessary that we are the ones controlling where the sampling comes from. Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess, so one of our sort of focus of the inquiry, or, what's come up with the evidence we've seen thus far, is trying to get a sense of whether, given the critical nature of, science and Antarctica, what it can tell us, are we doing enough, or are there constraints around funding and access to Antarctica? Can you comment on, is Australia doing enough in that regard, or should that be expanded? Like, for example, there was a recent Senate inquiry that recommended that we need 2 icebreakers. Like, do you think that would address some of these issues, or is that unnecessary?
Perfect opportunity to pick up those 11 recommendations at the end of your sub.
Yeah. Because we don't have a lot of interaction with the fieldwork preparation, it is a little bit outside of my area to comment. However, from the interactions that we've had with the SAFE program, what I have seen is that investment in a very diverse group of universities that didn't traditionally receive that Antarctic funding. I do see that as being an absolute benefit for Australia because it has opened up the Antarctic research environment. So out of the 39 people on that original proposal, a lot of those people had not ever been to Antarctica or had studied Antarctica. So by having a diverse range of funding opportunities, it's allowed other people to become invested in Antarctica, and people who'd never visited Antarctica or never looked at that data before. So I think that sort of diverse way of distributing funding has been very beneficial. And in my opinion, I think that sort of program should continue into the future. And large, 7-year programs it stands as, but decadal programs are what's needed for understanding Antarctica, and we support that multidisciplinary, long-term research approach rather than, short funding cycles and remaining in people who traditionally get that sort of funding. So I think by branching out, you're engaging so many more scientists into Antarctica and understanding the problems that we face.
Thank you. Did you have more questions?
Look, I could ask you questions all day, but I don't know how broadly valuable to everybody else that might be. But I would certainly have a good time. Some of the baseline data sets are referenced in your submission, and the need to enhance those, have a better sense. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit? Because I think it's probably one of those critical pieces about the understanding we have now and how we build on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. When I started in Antarctic research, I realised I was looking for baseline data sets for chemical analysis, and they just weren't there. There are some, but it's very sporadic. And I think if we want to understand the change, we need to have a baseline assessment that's really robust for this region. And that's what one of our aims is, to try and provide those baseline assessments. So we're working slowly on that piece, and wherever we can get samples, this is how we are aiming to provide the science that then can be built on for decades to come. So those baseline assessments are just one sample, one field trip, or a batch of samples for one field trip. What's required for us to understand this environment is very much about seasonal sampling, in situ sampling, where we are getting information at time series, not just the occasional sample that we collect and then making observations based on one sample. We need to, because Antarctica is very much a difficult place to survey, we need to have those in situ monitoring components that allow us to collect that data and then understand it for the future. So so more of a spatial distribution of data, temporal data is important, and so that's one of our main points in this submission, is that that lack of information, and it's very, very much centred on bases. So it makes it difficult to interpret the overall Antarctic ecosystem. And in my perspective, I study hydrology, so it's very hard to understand the hydrology. Yep.
And you may not be able to answer this question. I'm going to ask it anyway. In terms of the interface and collaborations with other countries with bases at a broader stretch across the region, do you have any relationships with those people, and do you see an option there in terms of that broader geographic spread of collection?
Yes, so for our radon atmospheric sampling program, we have relationships with the Korean base. So we have radon detectors that are deployed on the Korean bases. They have been very positive, and they see the value in that data. So we've had relationships with Korea. We also have relationships with New Zealand in the past, and the US bases as well. It's been a little bit like from ANSTO's perspective. It's not it's more based on individual relationships rather than an overarching strategy. But with the SAFE project, there are many international collaborations in that space. So. And there are people on that grant who have close connections with the South Americans, and so yes, it's very much on the radar from our perspective. I probably can't elaborate much further on that, but it's been more relationship, like individual science sort of relationships rather than a strategy. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your submission recommends extending the oceanic radon monitoring program to include the Noyena. Are there any barriers to doing that?
I'm pretty sure there's a plan for an instrument to eventually be installed on that vessel. We haven't got radon detectors on some of the bases, some of the Australian bases, but we're looking into that. So we have good relationships with CSIRO and BOM. So we work together in trying to make sure that we've got the atmospheric sampling, we've got the radon together, and other measurements that allow us to understand the full atmospheric processes rather than... so radon is very useful for understanding air that's come over the continents and being able to trace contamination locations. So yes, our scientists are very much in collaboration with other government organisations, and I do believe I'll probably have to look a little bit further into that, that we have plans for a device on Nuena. We definitely do have one on the CSIRO. Yes, in the Investigator, yes. Yep. So we have measurements along the Southern Ocean in collaboration with CSIRO.
Oh, great.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And how far into the future are you able to plan out your long-term data collection under the current funding model?
So we are planning according to the SAFE, the Securing Antarctica's Environmental Future project, which has 7 years of funding. We are about, I'm not sure, I can't remember how many years we're in exactly, 2.5, 3 years in. So that's where we plan to. So we have an agreement in place to undertake a measurement on samples based on field trips that are associated with that program. Right. So we don't have a plan after that because we probably don't have access to those type of samples after that in the scale that we have now.
And I assume obviously you would want to continue beyond that, but how how useful is that time frame for your science? Like, is that restrictive on what you're actually trying to do?
So that time frame allows us to do baseline assessment, but if we want to understand change, then as I said previously, we need, if not decadal funding, we need to have a long-term plan.
Yeah. And does that lack of longer-term certainty impact on your ability to attract scientists and retain scientists?
Just trying to formulate. So when we resource for these type of projects, I usually resource based on postdoctoral contracts. So very much in this space, we have a few postdocs that are brought on to resource these type of projects as well. So it makes it difficult for us to offer long-term positions to some of our early career researchers. So they'll have a contract, but then there will not be that promise of a position that they can fit into. And that's a shame, because we have some incredible people that come through and do this work, but then they don't have that projection into the future in a science role. So yes, it really does impact on how you can keep that talent in the organisations that are undertaking this type of work, because we just don't have the resources in the future. So yes, it does impact on being able to keep people in the organisation.
Great, thank you. Did you have any
No,
final
I'm
questions?
good. Other than lovely work, that's all.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Thank you. Thank you again for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, which I don't think you have, if you could please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 13th of September, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you. Thank you. We'll suspend for a short break. Now welcome representatives of Geoscience Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Marie Wilson. I'm the Chief of Place and Communities Division at Geoscience Australia.
Dr. Jodie Smith, Branch Head of Oceans, Reefs, Coasts and Antarctic Branch.
Dr. Martine Wolf, Branch Head of Positioning Australia Branch.
Thanks again for being here today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So obviously we've got myself and Senator Grogan here, and online we have Senator O'Sullivan, and that might be... Oh, and McLaughlin. Apologies, Andrew, you don't have your name on your... Yep, so apologies. And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence to the inquiry today. Geoscience Australia's Antarctic activities contribute to Australia's national interests in two ways. Firstly, we contribute our expertise directly to the Australian Antarctic Program, demonstrating leadership in Antarctic science. Secondly, we conduct science activities in Antarctica that contribute to broader regional and global initiatives. These activities deliver environmental, social and economic benefits for Australia and beyond. Our unique geoscience capabilities are integral to the whole of government program and support scientific, strategic and operational outcomes. Impacts of our science include improved maritime safety, protection of valuable environments, and improved oceanographic and ice sheet models to better understand the impacts of climate change. Our geoscience information and advice inform decisions from daily operations through to Antarctic treaty matters. For example, our mapping of ice-free areas in the Vestfold Hills has identified landscapes vulnerable to human impacts. This information is used to determine suitable helicopter landing sites for scientists conducting fieldwork in the Vestfold Hills. Our expertise in geology led to the identification and protection of rare minerals in a new Antarctic specially protected area in the Lasman Hills. And our marine research helped identify a vulnerable marine ecosystem on the edge of the continental shelf that is now protected from bottom fishing through a CAMLAR conservation measure. Geoscience Australia also uses the unique geographic location of Antarctica to improve the quality of services that contribute to disaster preparedness, community safety, national security, and economic development across Australia and the region. As an example, our seismic observatories in Antarctica and the subantarctic improve the accuracy and response time for regional tsunami warning systems. Additionally, our geodetic and geomagnetic infrastructure contributes to accurate positioning and navigation that are essential for aeronautical and maritime safety, but also have far-reaching benefits. For example, we're working to install a satellite-based augmentation system reference station in Antarctica as part of the Australian Government's Southpan program that will deliver economic benefits in Australia through activities such as precision agriculture. And finally, we're expanding our Antarctic activities following the recently announced Australian Government partnership with the United States on the Landsat Next program. This will see increased access to more detailed Earth observation information over Antarctica, supporting better decision-making, unlocking new science, and providing a platform for international collaboration. We're very pleased to be here today to answer your questions and to further explain how Antarctica is important to Australia's national interests. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So you touched on in your statement and in your submission the work that Geoscience Australia does, and obviously it clearly is very relevant to Australia, very important to Australia's national interests. Could you expand on a bit more on some of those things you've just mentioned about the importance for, you've mentioned safety and also for understanding of climate change and other issues as well?
Sure. So I'll start with the observatories. So we've got seismic, geomagnetic, infrasound and geodetic infrastructure in Antarctica and the subantarctic on Macquarie Island. And these actually feed into a whole range of sort of sensor networks around Australia and the broader region. And Antarctica is a really important geographic location, as is Macquarie Island, because what improves the quality of those services is the geographic distribution of the sensors around the globe. And so having infrastructure across the Southern Ocean and Antarctica, where there's not much landmass, actually helps improve the quality of those services. So the infrasound station, for example, is really important for nuclear monitoring and contributes to our treaty obligations in that space. The geodetic infrastructure, which Martine might like to speak more about in a minute, is really important for precise positioning and understanding the sort of global reference frame, so where we locate everything on Earth. The seismic stations are important for understanding earthquakes, not just in the Antarctic region, but detecting them sort of across the sort of geological plates across the Southern Ocean and particularly around Macquarie Island, where there's a high earthquake risk. And being able to detect them and locate them actually helps improve the accuracy of warnings for things like tsunamis. So all of those sensors feed into the tsunami warning systems. And then our geomagnetic stations are important for space weather. So you would have seen the recent space weather activity around Australia with the amazing aurora lights. They can actually be quite damaging to things like electrical infrastructure. So our sensors feed into those sorts of those issues and help us understand where those events might be occurring. But also the geomagnetic stations are important for navigation, so for compass navigation, understanding where is magnetic north. And that's really important, obviously, for safety for both aviation and maritime. So our observatories, although they're not specific to Antarctica, the ones in Antarctica are really critical for the quality of those services. Did you want to add anything around there?
I'm happy to answer questions, but you captured it very well.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Oh, just to elaborate on your activities there and why they're important. So
I guess that's the observatory side of things. We do also do a lot of mapping work around Antarctica, both in the marine space but also onshore in the ice-free areas. And so one of the critical roles we play is really providing that fundamental baseline information of the Antarctic continent, and that feeds into a whole range of things. So we work with the Antarctic Division and the Australian Hydrographic Office, and they use that information for nautical charts, for example, so safety of life at sea. We also provide a lot of advice to the Antarctic Division about activities in both the marine space and onshore. We gave some examples of things like specially protected areas. There are sites of geological significance in Antarctica and some of our work's helped protect those, but also more of the day-to-day management and understanding where there's a lot of human activity in Antarctica around the stations. How can we use our science to inform decisions about making sure Australia has a minimal environmental footprint in Antarctica? So the applications of our work are really diverse, but I think it demonstrates the value of our work, not just to our work in Antarctica, but much more broadly across Australia and the region.
Great, thank you very much. So does Geoscience Australia have people actually on Antarctica?
We send people down usually in summer, either for quick trips to do maintenance on some of our equipment, but also for longer field seasons over the summer period, either on the Noina or the RV Investigator to do marine surveys, or onshore to do some mapping. We've had a long history of sending people to Antarctica. I think some of our earliest scientists back in the 1960s started doing some mapping and surveying work in Antarctica. It's not every season. It depends on what projects are happening, when maintenance needs to occur. It doesn't need to happen every year. Sometimes we can get the Antarctic Division expeditioners to do it on our behalf. It really depends, but usually for sort of maximum of 3 months.
And are there any logistical or funding barriers to Geoscience Australia doing the work that you want to do on Antarctica, like in terms of access or?
Yeah, I mean, much the same as everybody else involved in the program, we are reliant on the Antarctic Division for logistics capabilities. As I mentioned, we do need to do maintenance on our observatories. And sometimes we've had to wait. You know, we've said we want to go this season, they haven't been best available, and we've had to go the next season. I guess we've been in the program for a long enough time to know that that's just part of the business. We work very closely with the Antarctic Division so they understand our needs. And then we also, you know, understand they need to prioritise our activities with everybody else's. So yeah, we have missed out at times. You know, we've had science projects that we've wanted to go and do work, and they just haven't been able to accommodate that. But I think given the small size of our teams and the logistical challenges that the AAD face, I think what we have achieved has been quite significant despite those constraints.
Are there equivalent organisations in other countries, or, you know, are other countries doing similar type of work? Do you know, and if so, do they experience the same limitations, or do you think they have better access?
I don't think any program has exactly the same setup as Australia. Everybody sort of has their own unique operating model depending on where the funding is and how the various institutes are set up. I think access to Antarctica is always a constraint. It is very expensive to get there. Some countries are better at it than others. But the other great thing is the collaboration with other countries. So just from a Geoscience Australia perspective, we've been involved in Japanese expeditions. We've had people on the US marine voyages. We actually just had someone return a few months ago from a voyage with the German national program. So although everybody has constraints, there's also a lot of collaboration to help each other out as well.
Can I just... you said that some countries are better at it than others. Is there any sort of indicators there that we could learn from, or...?
Look, I think that you're probably best asking the Antarctic Division this because they're much more involved in the logistics side of things. But from what I've heard, and I'm certainly no expert in the logistics space, the British Antarctic program have a good operating model in terms of how their funding is allocated and how that is tied with their logistics. So it might be something worth looking at.
Yeah. Thank you. I have probably some more questions, but I'll go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up on something you said about Macquarie Island. And Chair, I realise this is probably slightly out of scope. With your indulgence, I'm just wondering if you could just let me know, in terms of the testing that you do, given that the Macquarie Island is subject to seismic events, does your work help with the protective measures that ought to be in place to ensure that the safety of expeditioners is ensured on the island?
So if I'm correct in thinking the testing you're referring to is the seismic observatories? Yes. Yeah, so as I mentioned, having a broad distribution geographically of seismic monitoring is really important for the I guess understanding the timing of events and the location of seismic events. So if we have a station on Macquarie Island, which we do, as well as ones in Antarctica, it helps us pinpoint where the earthquake occurs and therefore where there may be a tsunami risk. So it does feed into that because it actually improves the time that we can alert expeditioners, for example, on Macquarie Island. If there was an incident that was likely to cause a tsunami, then we could give them more warning by accurately locating that earthquake. So, well, we're talking, the matter of minutes here, but it doesn't necessarily tell you the size of any potential tsunami or the risk to expeditioners. All it does is help us locate the earthquake, which may then...
understand the location.
Yeah, it may help us go, well, there could be a tsunami. It doesn't necessarily give us information about any potential tsunami.
We are doing some other work with the Antarctic Division to understand the tsunami risk of Macquarie Island. Given the shape of the seafloor there, it's quite a high tsunami risk. So if a tsunami were to occur, making sure that that risk is well understood for any new construction, etc., and the safety of expeditioners to that area. So that's an activity currently underway.
And in terms of Antarctica, is the continent subject to seismic activity that could be of concern or threat to expeditioners, be they in our territory or indeed elsewhere?
I don't think there's a lot of work that's been done on tsunami risk in Antarctica itself. I think, from my understanding, it's an area of lower seismic activity, but I am aware that there have been some very small incidences. For example, in the Lasman Hills, I think there was I don't know if it was a storm surge or a tsunami actually, but there was some inundation of low-lying coastal areas. But yeah, there really hasn't been any modelling done to understand the tsunami risk around Antarctica.
But it is seen as low risk. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. You've talked about the broad distribution being important in terms of how you monitor. Do you have a map of all of the fun things that you have in place? Like in terms of monitoring stations or whatever things you're...
Yeah, essentially the only place we have those is at the Australian stations.
Right.
So I'm happy to provide a map of which observatory we have. Yeah, yeah, I'm happy to provide that.
That would be really handy.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you don't have any monitoring equipment at any of the other non-Australian stations or locations? No. Do you have much engagement? You've talked a little bit about having some relationships, the kind of engagement that you have with other countries that have bases on Antarctica?
So I mean, more broadly, we work with the international science community across a whole range of things. So in the geodetic space, in the seismic observatory space, not specifically in an Antarctic context, but much more in that sort of broader regional network of sensors. In terms of the sort of marine science that we do, we've had a really close collaboration with the Japanese in the past, not so much active at the moment, but have worked really closely with them and shared data. We both work in a similar region in East Antarctica, so that's been really fruitful, that collaboration. We've had one of our scientists go on a German voyage that was looking at evidence of past ice sheet movement around East Antarctica, and similarly with the US program. They're usually based on scientific collaborations related to our expertise, whether that's looking at the past ice sheet history or looking at the interaction between the physical environment and the biological communities. So it really depends on what projects are happening and what expertise are needed. But it's enabled us to be involved in science projects much beyond what the Australian program does.
This can be hard to unpack, but would you characterise that as you having relationships or collaborating on things based on issues or based on relationships? Like in the sense that, because we've had this conversation with a couple of people today, where people said they have relationships with other researchers or other organisations that are based, from whatever, as industries network and such like, and they've been able to build connectivity that way, and that's been the sort of catalyst. Or is it that your expertise is purple frogs, and therefore somebody else's expertise is purple frogs, and you get together and you talk about purple frogs, right? Would you characterise the way Geoscience Australia is able to engage in those things, noting that there is no right or wrong here? It's just, I think I'm trying to get a sense of how the collaborations come together and what the sort of strategic piece might be there.
Yeah, you're right. It is hard to unpack, but I think sometimes it's scientists with using the purple frog analogy, both working together in the purple frog space, and perhaps engaging through international science conferences and sort of developing collaborations that way. The most recent involvement with the German program was actually related to our involvement in the Securing Antarctica's Environmental Future program. So we're involved in that, and I know through some of the researchers at Monash University, we're collaborating with the Germans, and they had some someone pull out at the last minute. And so they reached out to Monash University and said, would Australia like to be a part of this, to help us and to collaborate? They didn't have anyone, so they then contacted us because we're working directly with them. So it's kind of, we had the right expertise, but it's part of our broader relationship as part of that SAFE program. So it really depends. But being involved in the international science community is really important for those types of collaborations. I've just returned last week. I was in Chile at the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research Open Science Conference. It's a conference that happens every 2 years, and it's people from all around the world working on Antarctic science. And part of what we do is we talk about things that we're all interested in and try and identify those opportunities for collaboration. So.
Is that the one, is that the one that Hobart is going to be hosting, or has been for?
I think if you're referring to the one in November in Hobart, that's an Antarctic... an Australian Antarctic Science Conference, so that's for the Australian community, which, again, we haven't had one of those for a long time, so it would be really great for those of us across the Australian community to collaborate. But the one last week was the international one, so much bigger.
Sorry, I was just going to add something to Jodie's answer. So one exception perhaps where we do have infrastructure on other territory is the South Band system, which is an exception in the sense that it's already a joint initiative between the New Zealand and Australian governments. And one of there's going to be two ground stations in Antarctic territory. One of them sits in Scott Base. It's already there. So the New Zealand Antarctic territory, and one will be in Australian Antarctic territory. So it's not as if we own it. We co-own it with New Zealand, but it was designed to benefit from the fact that there are two Antarctic territories to be leveraged, I guess. Yeah.
The other thing that I'm interested in is the baseline data set across Antarctica, and with all of the different players and all the different things that are monitored, measured and explored. What do you think do you feel that the baseline data that is available is comprehensive, or do you feel that maybe there's more that could be done for that baseline of data?
So in our space, in the geoscience, I would say it is sparse. In the marine environment, we just haven't been able to get everywhere to map the seabed. And so we're having to interpolate a lot. And then when we do go and map new areas, we find things that we've never found before. And same even onshore, there are many places that we just haven't been to yet. But I might pass to Marie, because I think one of the new initiatives, Digital Earth Antarctica, is really going to help in that space with the Earth observation data.
So just starting up the Digital Earth Antarctica program, which is based on Digital Earth Australia. So taking that satellite imagery piece and racking and stacking it over time. So every satellite image that we can get our hands on will go into that, so we can do that change over time piece. So being remote, it's of great benefit in Antarctica, where it's really hard to get to. There are some challenges with it because the way that satellites operate, they actually kind of turn off over the very pole. So we've actually only kind of really got the edges of Antarctica, but it's still a much richer resource than we can possibly get going there in person. Given that it is Antarctica, given that it is science-based, that science diplomacy piece is a really important part of it, and having that data open. So already we're getting the free data from the Americans and the Europeans over the pole, but we're also talking with some of the commercial partners as well, particularly some of the historical imagery, which maybe has not so much commercial value to them anymore because commercial isn't in Antarctica. So trying to liaise with them to try and get some of that historical imagery so we can really look at that change over time. And some of that's really quite high resolution. So as we develop this, it should be a huge resource to help with the mapping piece as we move along.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
I did have one more.
Oh, yeah,
that's all right.
please. Yeah.
Sorry. So the Landsat Next program, in terms of the monitoring, I'm not sure if I just maybe haven't quite grasped it from your sub, but the monitoring piece, is that all going to be monitored in Antarctica?
So that's all satellite.
So that is all right. Okay,
yeah.
cool.
It's just better resolution and more frequent coverage than anything we currently have in the current series. So those satellites launch in the 2030, 2031-ish type thing, so still a few years away. But once they are launched, we've got the platform ready to take that data. So from launch, we'll get more regular data over Antarctica to really look at the mapping, but also the change over time.
Cool. And that's a combined project?
So it's by the US. So the Australian partnership in that is about our ground station in Alice Springs. So that's hugely critical for Antarctica because the satellite itself can only hold so much data on it. So it goes over Antarctica, captures imagery. It needs to be able to download it. So that site in Alice Springs and Australia's geographic location to Antarctica.
The US base or the?
It's actually will be on a new site.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's part of the partnership agreement we've just signed with them is to build a new antenna for those new satellites. Hugely critical for that Antarctic data because if they can't download it, it means it could get lost.
And so in terms of that, it's a joint project with the US?
Yeah, so it's a US, Landsat is a US program run by the US Geological Survey in conjunction with NASA. Geoscience Australia have been working with USGS since the 70s on the Landsat program. So they own it, they run it, they fund it. Australia's contribution is that ground station in Australia.
Right. So it's not going on their station, what do they call it?
No, Pine Gap.
Pine Gap.
Yeah.
It's not going there?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, if I can just add, I think the value of that in terms of the applications for monitoring are probably unknown at this stage, but just initial scoping can be used for things like wildlife monitoring, so tracking the size of penguin colonies, potentially looking at ice crevasses, which is really important for safety of operations, a whole range of climate change related monitoring. So I think once it's sort of all up and running and we're collecting that time series, it's going to be immensely valuable for monitoring a whole range of things.
Help Dr. Meredith find her eggs. Excellent. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you all again for being here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, it would be great if you could please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 13th of September, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. And before we close, I'd like to thank all of the witnesses again for their time today and committee members for their participation. And thank you to the Secretariat and to Broadcasting. And this hearing is now adjourned.